Special council meeting of Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026. Before reading the land acknowledgement, I'd like to address a couple of housekeeping matters. Please silence your cell phones while in chamber. Members of public, when coming up to speak during open forum, please take time to adjust the mic so you're speaking directly in the end of it, so those who are watching at home can hear you clearly as this meeting is being recorded and then put up on YouTube for people who can't view it this evening. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous people, including the historic Métis community in Penetangwishing. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Brahma First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory, and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared and sustainable and prosperous future. We're all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can all move forward together towards reconciliation. Miigwech. I'd like to also let the public know that Councillor Bard sends his regrets, as well as Councillor Schell, for tonight's meeting. Madam Clerk, may we have a draft motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the agenda for the special council meeting of Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026 be received and adopted.
All in favor? That is carried. Are there any members that have a pecuniary interest to disclose at this time? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to go into closed session, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 5:33 p.m. to discuss solicitor-client privilege litigation affecting the municipality, official plan appeals, short-term rental, STR accommodation policies.
All in favor? That is carried, so we'll see everyone in closed. And we will be back at 6:30 to start the council meeting.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise and report out from close, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 6:35 p.m. and report on the closed session item 4B.
All in favor? That is carried, and we have a motion for 4B, please.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Sean Binns, Chief Administrative Officer, Brent Spagnell, Director of Development Services, and Legal Counsel, re Solicitor-Client Privilege, litigation affecting the municipality, official plan appeals, short-term rental, STR accommodation policies be received. That counsel, legal counsel, and staff proceed as directed by counsel.
All in favor? That is carried. I'd like to welcome everyone to the chamber for this meeting. I will, I read kind of the house rules earlier, but none of you were here for it, so I will accommodate by rereading them. So please silence your cell phones while in chamber. Members of public, when you come to speak during open forum, please adjust the mic so you're speaking clearly in the end of it, as this meeting is being live streamed and recorded for YouTube after. The public shall respect the decorum of the meeting, refrain from public outbursts or behavior intended to disrupt the discussion, respect and dignity and rights of all persons present, and not ridicule, demean, or intimidate any people in the chamber or upon leaving the building, please. So we are at item 5, open forum. Madam Clerk, have we anyone registered to speak at open forum?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have. We have Sonia Frania.
Ms. Frania, if you'd like to come forward, just give your name and proceed when possible. I will give, if council's okay with this, I will give a little bit of flex from the 2-minute limit to speak, but I'm going to ask that people that come to speak, we're speaking about the 3 items that are on the agenda, which are the application of the 10 properties that are seeking approval, the licensing bylaw, and the AMPS program. I know we've been a part of this for quite a long journey, and I would like people to refrain from just giving generalities about short-term rentals and potential negative impacts they've had on communities in this municipality and others. So I think, the items are to be spoken about in accordance with what's on the agenda tonight, and I would appreciate if everyone can keep their comments to that, please.
Thank you. And I appreciate the more than 2 minutes because I have been known to ramble on, but I'll try. My name is Sonia Farina. I live in the Horseshoe Valley area. I want to address a couple of matters tonight. The first one is a question about the 10 properties. It's my understanding that the 10 properties that you're dealing with in item 6 are here for zoning approval or rezoning approval. It was my understanding that zoning runs with the land. It's not just tied to the owner, the current owner, the way the licensing regime would be. So I kind of wonder, why are we rezoning properties so close to possibly implementing a licensing regime? Or is there consideration to the zoning? I don't know how you make zoning temporary. So that's a question that perhaps can be addressed later on. The rest of it, my comments deal with the zoning bylaw. I didn't have time to run through the AMPS program in detail. And I will start by saying, as much as I don't like it and never have, I understand that there will be licensing happening in residential zones in our rural township, and that the best I can hope for at this point is a bylaw that's as tight as possible. I do see and appreciate all of the measures in the draft bylaw and licensing regime, which are aimed at preserving the peace, safety, feeling of security, and character of our residential neighborhoods. But there are 2 staff recommendations that I urge you to amend before final approval. And those are the draft bylaw's definitions of secondary and primary use, and I've got some comments about the implementation strategy. So regarding the definitions of secondary and primary use, they're just very simplistic in my view. The definition of secondary use as a simple 92 days per year will allow rentals nearly every weekend of the year in an area like Cathedral Pines, where one of the homes you're talking about in item 6 is. Neighbors could likely only get a break from a revolving door every weekend during the unattractive shoulder season months of April and November. 46 weekends a year, having strangers coming into your house when you're at home with your family and kids playing in the yard. Not fun. It also means that any lakefront properties could be rented out continuously for the full 3 months of our precious summer period, which again subjects the neighbors to that revolving door of rentals and the insecurity of not knowing who's living next door to you all summer long when you want to be out enjoying your property. I believe these concerns could be alleviated by elaborating on those definitions in the draft bylaw. So for example, include a provision that no more than 23 or a quarter of those 92 days fall on weekends. At least it's only a quarter of the weekends of the year and not virtually every weekend that people want to be outside. That will protect homeowners in areas like Horseshoe, Craighurst Crossing, all along the Horseshoe Valley Road corridor where we've got higher density. Another thing to consider is some measure that will help keep at least half, 60% of primetime summer weeks as fully private for lakefront homeowners. So, for example, maybe less than half of the 90, no more than half of the 92 days, no more than 46, or no more than a third of the days could be allowed to fall during any single calendar quarter or season. And then at least it's not the entire summer wiped out. I also feel that the definition of primary use should be elaborated upon to reflect the residential character of the areas. They're not isolated, and somehow require primary use by the owner when not being rented out. For example, the residence must be owner occupied for some minimum percent of time that it is not rented out as a short-term rental. I believe that would strike a very fair balance between the interests of full-time residents and the interests of the so-called mom and pop cottage owners who want to be able to rent out their second home for some portion of the time that they're not using it. It would also help ensure that homes in our residential areas are not scooped up by real estate investors who try to cover their carrying costs plus profit from short-term rentals. The need to preserve those homes for affordable housing or to increase our housing stock, I believe, should get greater priority than lining the pockets of non-resident real estate investors or our tourism industry. I hope that one of you will raise a motion to approve the draft bylaw, except for the definitions of primary and secondary use, and direct staff to return at the next council with changes to those definitions along the lines I have suggested. Now turning to the implementation strategy. I was one of those who answered the online survey, but chose to not rank the 4 options because I found they were fundamentally flawed. There weren't 4 options. There was one option regarding implementation date, and then sub-options regarding enforcement. Another option would be to set the bylaw implementation date 2 or 3 months out after council approves the bylaw. And during that transition period, that is when operators have to apply, get their licenses in, get them cleared within that 2 to 3 weeks, or 2 to 3 months, and complete whatever minor property repairs might be needed for licensing. If it needs more than minor, then they shouldn't be licensed. At the end of that transition period, legal operators could continue to operate as long as they had submitted their licensing applications, but illegal operators should have to cease operations pending licensing approval. I find it jarring that both legal and illegal operators would be treated the same way after bylaw implementation. Anyhow, those are my comments. I could say a lot more, but hopefully I didn't vary too far from the 2 minutes. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, and the next registered speaker.
The next registered speaker is Liz Kirk.
Ms. Kirk, if you want to come to the mic, just give your name and proceed when ready, please.
My name is Liz Kirk. Good evening, Mayor Greenlaw and Council. By a show of hands, what members of the council and staff would like to have a short-term rental next to their home? I guess I have no hands up. I guess that's why the people here don't want a short-term rental beside their home either. It's time for our voices to be heard. The overwhelming majority of residents deserve to have their wishes respected when it comes to the future of our neighborhood and the 10 properties that we're talking about tonight. We live here, we invest in our homes, we pay our taxes, we can contribute to the community. Short-term rentals not only disrupt the peace, stability, and sense of our community we value, but they also threaten the very character of our neighborhood we proudly call home, Oro-Medonte.
Ms. Kirk, and I really do. I have a ton of respect for you, and I don't want to be ignorant, but I want to talk about the properties that are here, the bylaws, or the AMPS program. So like those are the items on the agenda, and I think this council is very, very aware of the concerns the public has and their position towards short-term rentals. But I want to stick to the items that are before us here tonight. And if there's individual properties or stuff on that there's a specific issue, then that's what I'm hoping to listen and hear from you.
I think in general, nor should the residents be expected to act as enforcement officers. And I think that's important. We do not want to act as an enforcement officer. We do not want to be the police on these 10 properties. And we do not want to have to report these 10 properties when they have over the amount of people that they're supposed to have and over the amount of weekends that they're supposed to be, or days that they're allowed to be able to be renting out. This is ultimately just about preserving our community and keeping it peaceful and safe, welcoming place for families and long-term residents. Rather than making a decision that will permanently affect our neighborhood, I believe this matter should be on the next election ballot so residents can decide directly. A community-wide vote would ensure that the outcome reflects the wishes of those who live in Oro-Medonte. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kirk. And Madam Clerk, is that they're the only two that were registered to speak? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
but there may be others.
Yes. So at this time, if anyone else wishes to speak to this matter and the items on the agenda, come to the mic, please. Give your name and proceed. So I take Miss Miles, and then Miss Bumstead, and then Miss McConnell.
Can everyone hear me? Have I got this correct? Okay. Dear council staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Linda Miles, and I live in Ward 1, and I'm speaking on item 6A of the agenda tonight. After reading the staff report DS 2026-089 several times since its release last week, I was struck by two concerns: the limited detail provided about the 10 properties in question, and the repetitive nature of the staff's recommendations for the 10 properties. I attended the 6-hour public meeting regarding these applications in June. At that meeting, I heard over and over and over again the owners of these properties reassuring council that they were responsible STR operators and how they were very careful about who they rented to. They talked at length about their strict rules they have in place to ensure renters do not disturb others. Those reassurances, while nice to hear, are completely irrelevant to whether that particular property meets the requirements for a zoning amendment and whether the proposed use is a compatible use. What I did not hear at the public meeting or see in the staff report was a level of information normally expected in a rezoning application and a accompanying staff report. A completed application normally includes far more essential details, photos, and drawings. These items and information are essential for the Development Services Committee members to determine if the application is compliant with the township, county official plans, provincial policy statements, and other requirements. An application initiated by a property owner usually includes, at minimum, a surveyor's sketch showing the exact location of the buildings, the distance of the structures from the property lines, and front, rear, and side setbacks. Details about adjacent land uses and natural and artificial features in the area are usually quite common as well. Details on the capacity of the septic systems and the number of parking spots available on the property are important items. Because these township-initiated applications group 10 properties together and omitted many of the essential details normally required, council does not have the information needed to make an informed decision about permanently rezoning these properties. The staff repeats the same statements 10 times in this report, and I quote for you: based on the review of section 4.13 of the official plan, the zoning bylaw amendment to permit an STRA at a particular address conforms to the policies of section 4.13 and represents good land planning use. It goes on to talk about the review process for the zoning bylaw amendment. And I'm not going to read through the extensive criteria that is required because I'm sure you already know it. The implementing zoning bylaw, it says as well that the implementing zoning bylaw shall establish appropriate provisions related to the scale of the short-term rental accommodation uses, such as parking requirements, separation distance, setbacks, and buffering. Location and size and scale of the short-term rental accommodation shall be regulated in a manner which is considered compatible with surrounding uses. Where mitigation measures cannot be adequately addressed, potential land use conflicts, considerations of the amendment to the zoning bylaw will not be supported by the township. This raises a critical question. Where is the evidence that these 10 properties meet those requirements set out in section 4.13? This level of detail was not provided in the property descriptions presented on June 11th, nor is it included in the staff report. Instead, the report appears to rely primarily on staff reassurances without providing the supporting documentation. Council needs to assess compliance, compatibility, and good planning use. Staff also repeat this statement about the properties in question in their report. The dwelling unit is serviced by a well and sewage system which has been sized to accommodate the dwelling unit. What factual information supports this statement? The township-initiated applications made available to the public did not include any of those details. No size, no capacity, or condition of the servicing systems, especially the septic. Have the property owners since provided reports confirming the capacity and condition of their septic systems? And has council had an opportunity to review those reports? Another statement that is repeated by the staff in this report is, the dwelling unit is consistent with and maintains the character of the neighborhood. The secondary use of the dwelling for an STRA is not anticipated to impact the character of the area, as uses would be secondary to the main residential use established on for the property. This statement is not consistent with the information provided by at least 3 of these operators at the June meeting, who fully admitted the property is not their primary residence. How can an STRA therefore be considered a secondary use? In conclusion, I believe council does not have the necessary information about these 10 properties to make a decision tonight. All they have are a couple of aerial photos, vague statements about parking and servicing, and reassurances of the operator owners that they will rent to good people who will follow the rules. These 10 properties appear to be receiving special privilege of rezoning without first demonstrating that they meet all the applicable requirements. If that privilege is based on the minutes of settlement, then that settlement should be made available to the public to review so residents can understand the basis for the staff's recommendations. I am urging you to deny these applications and require the owners to submit their own complete applications that meet all of the regulatory requirements for this type of application. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, thank you. And I'm trying to remember the last, I gave 3 ladies' names there. Miss Bumstead?
I am ill-prepared because I did not intend to speak tonight, but...
Just your name, please, Miss Bumstead.
Okay, I am not prepared because I did not intend to speak tonight. I
Yes,
have
but Miss
written...
Bumstead, I need you to state your name in the
Oh,
microphone.
okay. Janet Bumstead, 263 Moon Point Drive. And I had not prepared to speak tonight, but I am most concerned about Lake Simcoe, Bass Lake, and things addressed just at the July 15th meeting. And until the results of that monitoring, I believed there should not be a decision. The degradation of water is obvious. They are monitoring and attempting to identify and improve the situation. Also, Watson and Associates are doing a major study for Oro-Medonte. And to make a decision about something as significant as possible degradation of our communities before the results does not make sense to me. I have sent council and planning pictures of the natural heritage system across from my property and across from 247, who requests commercial site-specific amendment. And our community is unique. We are sandwiched between Lake Simcoe and its environmental protection and a natural heritage system. You can see water flowing from the property constantly. I think there was an artesian well which is no longer servicing the farm and some of the homeowners, but water flows. Anyway, I would like you to consider waiting to make decisions until you have accurate information. I know when my shoreline was in distress, I went to Ministry of Natural Resources and Lake Simcoe Conservation Authorities, and they recommended a very expensive procedure, which I did. They brought in rocks to restore the damage, and many, I know, have spent a lot on restoring the shoreline of Lake Simcoe. It takes permits from the municipality, the Ministry of Natural Resources, and Lake Simcoe Conservation. And I don't know whether they have been consulted about permitting transient residents. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bumstead. Ms. McConnell, and then Ms. Leviter after that, please.
Lillian McConnell, Maplewood Parkway, Mayor and Council. I have only two things. The first one, the way I understand the program that will be responsible for monitoring the ANT programs, if it was as you described back in the arena meeting, that sounded like a very good program. However, I'm still under the impression that a lot of that falls to the residents, regardless of which property that you are close to make your complaint or to bring it to the attention, above and beyond what the monitors will do. So that I would really like some clarification, because I don't like monitoring my neighbors. That's not how we function in this community, or at least it wasn't how we functioned in this community until short-term rentals became a problem. And the second thing is that I would respectfully request, when you do have this vote, that it be a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Ms. Leviter? And then I will take the lady, and I apologize, I don't know everyone's last name, so if I point, please don't take it as being ignorant.
I'm Holly Levander on Lakeshore Road East. One of the things that really stood out to me is that zoning, I believe, belongs to the property. And once something is rezoned, it stays with the property, not the owner. So therefore, if you zone a property for STAs or STRAs, anybody who buys the place will be able to run an STR. That's one of the main things, aside from all the others that have been brought forward, that troubles me on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, just please come to the mic and give your name, and please proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Cheryl McNiven. I reside at 454 Horseshoe Valley Road East. I just have a couple of questions to do with the rezoning of those 10 properties. The first question is, what is the cost that is going to be incurred for rezoning those properties? And secondly, who is going to be actually bearing that cost to rezone those properties? And those are my two questions. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Mr. Johnson, and then Jane at the very back, please.
Good evening, Mayor Greenlaw, members of council, and staff. I'm Dave Johnston. I'm a resident of Oro-Medonte. Let me start my 2 minutes by acknowledging the investment of time by council and staff to come up with solutions to the problems created by short-term rental operators that threaten the safe and peaceful enjoyment of our neighborhoods. It's also unfortunate, of course, the provincial government has not provided regulatory clarity for municipal councils like ours that would limit the drain on municipal budgets and staff time from the various legal challenges from short-term rental operators. I request, though, that the council ask one question of the staff recommendation to rezone 10 properties to support them for STR licensing. Are you satisfied that this is good planning? Good planning for any individual rezoning request, let alone for 10 properties bundled together as a settlement, must address whether property is compatible with the existing land use and how it will conform to the requirements for that use. I sat through the public hearing for this settlement. I heard how different each of the 10 locations were. Also, how some of them sound more like legitimate B&Bs or agricultural rural tourism than STRs in residential neighborhoods. While we did get a chance to hear the operators pitch us on the quality of their business practices and the customer satisfaction that creates, I did not hear much about the planning issues and the evidence about compatibility and conformance, similar to what I would expect at a rezoning hearing at a Development Services Committee meeting. Finally, the staff report details how these properties conform to some of the requirements, and I emphasize the word some of the requirements, for rezoning in accordance with Section 4.3 of the official plan. Not so with basic compatibility with the character of the surrounding neighborhood or zoning. I did not see how the new licensing bylaw will regulate away the inherent incompatibility between STR and STR's commercial activities and the peaceful and safe enjoyment by residents and homeowners in that neighborhood. That is, and what I'm referring to is the inherent incompatibility is that there's an unfair reliance on residents to police the behavior of strangers in their neighborhood, brought to it by STRs through an yet unproven complaints-driven system. I would respectfully urge the council to reject the staff recommendation and deny the proposal to rezone the 10 properties as set out in the rezoning report and 26 ZBZ 14, I believe is the number, in line with the procedural fairness that we would normally expect in Oro-Medonte. Citizens, and for any citizen requesting rezoning, the individual properties can follow the normal municipal processes and requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Voorhees?
Good evening, everyone. Jane Voorhees, Oro-Medonte. Wonderful to see everyone, but I want to begin by just acknowledging and commending all the work that really has brought the community here tonight and the council. I do recognize that it's been a long process to develop a framework for short-term rentals, and I do appreciate the balanced approach that you're trying to get to. However, I respectfully ask Council to consider the long-term implications of the decision of amending the zoning bylaw application before you tonight. I've spent some time today talking to Mr. Van de Boncoeur to sort of understand a bit of more of these parameters. My greatest concern is the precedent that these 10 rezoning applications could establish. Council's not, I believe, just simply deciding about these 10 properties, 7 of which are in residential neighborhoods, should be permitted to operate as STRs. Council's also deciding whether rezoning these properties creates a floodgate or a pathway for future Joe was allowed to rezone their property, then why can't I? So if we start amending this for STRs, I believe it's going to open up a floodgate. 10 properties may seem like a small number today, but 10 can become 20, and 20 can become 40. And this is how the character of residential neighborhoods can change, and through a series of individual approvals. I also recognize that the planning staff have reviewed these properties against the provincial and the county and the township policies. But I would ask council to carefully consider criterion number 3 in the township's official plan, whether the use is consistent with and maintains the character of the surrounding area. The surrounding areas of 7 of these properties are residential in character, and those residential areas do not currently permit STRs. So I would respectfully ask, does introducing STRs through individual site-specific rezonings maintain that residential character, or does it begin to change it? As we're all aware, the community has been dealing with this issue for a very long time. But I would caution council that the decisions made tonight to amend the bylaws for these specific 10 properties could affect the life of the community here for many years. I truly want you to know I really commend all the work that the staff have done. I know it's a lot of work, it's a lot of meetings, and you've brought us here tonight. But I just want to see if you would proceed cautiously on considering these 10 properties. Because once the doors open to specific site rezoning, it may become increasingly difficult to determine where the door should close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Voorhees. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Mr. Blaine?
Good evening, Council. My name is Dean Blaine. I'm a resident of Oro-Medonte. Bear with me, I've been a little hoarse today. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to speak to items on the agenda, numbers 6 and 7. I'm quite troubled by the staff report on the proposed rezoning of 10 properties to permit commercial short-term rentals. My concern is not just the recommendation to allow the rezoning, it is the fact that the report completely fails to include or discuss in any meaningful way the submissions made by the public at the public meeting on June 11th. The extensive public record on this issue, or address the multitude of complaints that have been brought forward by residents who have been severely impacted and negatively affected by the operation of an illegal STRA in their neighborhood. Let me provide a few examples from the report. For some of the properties, the report states that the STRA is not anticipated to create additional conflicts beyond the typical use of a residential property, because the STRA will be a secondary use. This is patently absurd. The record clearly shows that an STRA often results in significant additional land use conflicts, regardless of whether it's a primary or secondary use. In fact, the owner of the Moon Point property, who's with us here tonight, and whose property has been subject of many problems reported, stated in an affidavit filed with the OLT and in other submissions to the township that his STRA was merely a secondary use and that the primary use was as a family cottage. Staff provides no analysis or reasoning to support their claim that a secondary use STRA will eliminate additional land use conflicts. For other properties, it is claimed by staff that the neighbor concerns about safety and enjoyability of the neighborhood can be addressed through the licensing bylaw. Yet there is no discussion on how that conclusion is reached, none whatsoever. But in the separate staff report that's in the agenda tonight, On the licensing bylaw, staff states, you'll find it at the very end, in their conclusion, staff states this: they are confident, based on the experience in other municipalities, that the adoption of a licensing bylaw will ensure the health and safety of the traveling public, and that neighborhood nuisances are minimized. Does that strike you as odd? I think it says all we need to know. Staff is explicitly stating that the primary priority of the licensing bylaw is the health and safety of the STRA transient renters, not the neighborhood residents. To make matters worse, staff characterizes the often very severe disruptions experienced by permanent resident neighbors of an STRA as mere nuisances and of secondary concern. The record clearly shows that the impact on neighbors is much more than a nuisance. It is disrespectful to the long-suffering neighbors of a disruptive STRA to call them that. And finally, on this point, staff refers to the experience of licensing in other municipalities, but they provide no supporting data, none whatsoever, or analysis of the outcomes of licensing in any other jurisdiction to back up this statement. It is clear that staff has not made any credible case to support their claim that the licensing bylaw will be an effective way to address resident concerns about safety and enjoyability of their neighborhood. In fact, they emphasize something quite the contrary, that the primary objective of the licensing bylaw is to ensure the health and safety of the transient STRA renters. I'll leave that for you to think about for a second. Staff has not made any mention in the reports of the resources available to deal with STRA disruptions when they occur. Needless to say, this is a major issue for residents. Loud music, yelling, profanity, bonfire smoke, late at night require a real-time response. To date, municipal noise bylaws and the like have been completely ineffectual. There is no reason given by staff to think that this will change. The licensing bylaw requirement for the operator to attend the property within 24 hours will also be completely ineffectual to provide the relief that neighbors desperately need when the disruption is ongoing. Municipal law enforcement resources are limited, we understand that, and are not available during late night weekend hours when the disruptions usually occur. The chief municipal law enforcement officer, is he here? I don't think he's here, but he's on record with council, you know this, in saying that the MLE staff are fearful for their safety when attending late night STRA disruptions because the occupants can be under the influence of intoxicating substances. The OPP does not prioritize calls concerning STRA disruptions. Staff makes no mention of any of this or how the neighbors will be able to get the help they need when it happens. Staff repeatedly claims in the reports that a secondary use limit of 92 days per year will maintain the character of the neighborhood. Staff does not, however, provide any information as to how this will be tracked. Will municipal law enforcement visit the property every day to confirm whether the property is being rented on that day and then keep track of the total number of days rented? The neighbors are in no position, nor should they be called upon to try and do this. The secondary use limit will be meaningless and ineffective. A claim that staff makes that the character of the neighborhood will be preserved by this limit is not credible. There's also no condition that requires the 92-day limit to be distributed throughout the year. For example, by making it 23 days per quarter. This has been spoken to earlier. I won't go on at length about that. Here's another one. This is all in the report. This is all in the rezoning report. For each of the properties, the report states that there is vegetation that screens the property from the adjoining neighbors and that this is sufficient to protect the neighborhood properties. This is absurd. A few trees or a hedge cannot possibly block the common STRA disruptions of loud music, yelling, profanity, vulgar language, drifting smoke, often occurring at all hours of the day and night. Again, staff provides no supporting analysis or reasoning to support their statement. This idea was in fact specifically refuted at the public meeting on June 11th by a resident who lives beside an STRA. The resident's comment is completely disregarded, completely ignored in this report. The report states that each of the properties is serviced by a well and a septic system sized to accommodate the dwelling unit. Again, as has been mentioned a few minutes ago, there is no backup in the report for this statement. When I read the reports, I'm very troubled by the fact that staff made so many unsupported and incorrect statements, and why there was no meaningful discussion of the submissions made by residents at the public meeting, or any meaningful review of the extensive public record of complaints about STRAs operating in residential neighborhoods. I then thought I would ask to see a copy of the settlement agreement from the official plan appeal that led to these proposed rezonings. Maybe there'd be something in there that would help explain why staff went down this road. My request was denied by Mr. Spagnol, who said that the terms of the settlement were confidential. I also asked to see copies of any documents or information filed by the owners of the 10 properties regarding these rezonings. Again, I was told by Mr. Spagnol that I could not see these documents. That seems pretty unusual at this stage of this whole issue, doesn't it? The OLT appeal of the official plan is complete, final, closed, final order issued. We are now on the brink of a major decision by council where the need for public transparency and procedural fairness is not only appropriate and in the public interest, it is legally required. Mr. Spagnol's response made it obvious to me that something significant is being hidden from public view. When I think about it a bit, it occurs to me that the settlement agreement that staff made with the STRA operators may include a term that obliges staff to make a positive recommendation to council to approve the rezonings. I acknowledge this is speculation on my part, but I could not think of any other reason. As members of council, you will know whether this is true or not. But if it is true, I think it is clear that council should not and cannot in good faith approve the recommendation for the rezonings. Staff has a legal duty when it comes to planning matters to conduct themselves in a manner which is procedurally fair, and to provide reports and recommendations to council which are reasonable and demonstrate on their face logical reasoning and analysis of all relevant information, both positive and negative, to support the recommendation that they make. There's extensive case law on that issue. If in fact staff agreed with the STRA operators to deliver a positive recommendation to council, this would explain an awful lot. It would explain why staff did not include or analyze all of the information which it has about the land use conflicts created by STRAs and why they are incompatible with residential neighborhoods. Because if they did include that information, it would be obvious that they would not be able to make the recommendation to council to approve the rezonings. It would be completely obvious. It would explain why they essentially ignored and minimized the public meeting record and the history of complaints about STRAs and resorted to making unsupported statements and conclusions. Things like their statement that a secondary use STRA will not create any additional land use impacts, and all the other things I mentioned a few minutes ago. And I also want to reiterate perhaps the most significant reason that surely council must give significant pause. That is the staff statement that neighbor concerns about safety and enjoyability of the neighborhood can be addressed through the licensing bylaw. This is, of course, the very core of the issue at hand. What makes staff's statement completely untenable is the statement they make next. In the licensing report, where they explicitly state that the priority of the licensing bylaw is the health and safety of the STRA transient renters, not the neighborhood residents. How can that be? How can you get to a conclusion that the licensing bylaw is going to protect the enjoyability and safety of the residents when you state yourself that the primary objective of the licensing bylaw is to protect the health and safety of the transient STRA renters? I don't get it. and their following contention that the often severe disruptions experienced by neighbors of an STRA are mere nuisances and are of mere secondary concern. I don't think anybody in this room, at least on this side of the room, would think that the disruptions they experience are secondary nuisances. And not to be overlooked, if in fact the settlement agreement obliged staff to deliver a positive recommendation on the rezonings, is the fact that the public meeting on June 11th was a meaningless exercise, a sham, since none of the submissions by residents who opposed STRAs would carry any weight or have any impact on the staff final recommendation. And that's what we see in the report. This is completely contrary to the spirit and intent of the governing planning legislation. All in all, after a careful review, I think you will see, as council members, that the staff report on the rezoning is fundamentally flawed and is the product of a staff process which has been conducted without the procedural fairness that is owed to residents of the township, and it is not in the public interest. It should also be noted that the chair of the OLT in the official plan appeal rejected staff's attempt to effectively thwart council's decision-making authority. As you know, staff tried to have the OLT make its order approving the revised OP policies on an interim basis. This would have effectively tied council's hands and forced council to approve the rezonings in order to obtain a final order on the OP policies. Thankfully, the OLT chair refused to play that game and soundly rejected the STRA operator's quid pro quo argument as not being in the public interest. So now here we are, and the good news is council is completely unfettered in its discretion and has full authority to accept or reject the application. I believe that it is essential that members of council not be seen to endorse or approve a process that is in breach of a duty of procedural fairness to its residents and is therefore contrary to the public interest. Accordingly, I would respectfully ask that you reject the staff recommendation and deny the proposal to rezone the 10 properties as set out in the rezoning report and 2026 ZBA 14. While I understand that there may be concerns about a rejection of the staff report leading to further litigation, that must not be allowed to override the duty to ensure that the principles of transparency and fairness are upheld when making critical decisions that fundamentally affect the rights and impact the lives of residents in this township. Matters that are this important are worth the effort and the expense if we want to continue to enjoy and thrive in the place we call our home. I would also strongly caution against any suggestion that the rezonings be approved on a temporary basis. That will ultimately fail, as the STRA operators will only increase the pressure to make the rezoning permanent once the temporary period expires. A limited time period approval will simply kick the can down the road. A strong message needs to be sent right now that makes it clear that commercial STRAs have no place in our residential neighborhoods. Thank you for your consideration of my comments. May I be permitted to hand you out a copy? I know I put a lot of granular detail in here. There are a lot of references to the staff report. Staff is going to take specific umbrage at what I'm saying, but I think it needs to be said, and I want you to have a copy so you can refer to what I said without having to keep. May I approach?
If you can leave them with the clerk, Mr. Dean, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, is there any other one who would like to speak at this time? Mr. Suckman?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors. And like some of the speakers before me, I want to thank the council for all.
Just adjust the mic, Mr. Suckman. That'd be great. Okay, and just state your name too, please, sir.
It's Barry Suckman, 247 Moon Point Drive. Like the speakers before me, I want to thank council for all the time that they've spent, and also want to thank the staff for all the time they've spent on this process. There have been extensive deliberations as part of the public process, including the public notices, the acceptance of submissions, the town hall meeting, as well as all the work that has been done to get us where we are. There has been difficulties in this township, probably going back to 2017, to come up with a structure to regulate short-term rentals. The prior council had some initiatives, and they didn't work out, and this council has taken some bold steps in order to try to put in place effective regulation of short-term rentals. And that has two prongs to it. The first prong is a structure related to the official plan. And the official plan, which was approved by the OLT as being good planning, has a number of criteria in it. And what it does is recognize that short-term rentals may, in fact, exist in the township. And unlike the current zoning, and we can debate what it is, but unlike the current zoning, the current official plan is, in fact, to permit short-term rentals and create a structure to permit short-term rentals following a rigorous process. So unlike in other townships where they have blanket zoning that permits it, or has licenses that are not dependent on zoning, this council has come up with a structure that purports to require every property that is going to be used as a short-term rental and to be eligible to get a license to apply and go through this rigorous regime. We have come from a long history in this township where many of the residents, including people in this room, have objected to any short-term rentals on any basis, anywhere. One short-term rental was too many for many residents. And I say that with great respect, but that has been the position of many of the residents. What council has done through the official planning process is to move off of that and onto a very structured framework that sets out criteria, and the two headings in the official plan are that the official plan is both to promote tourism in the township in accordance with other policies, as well as to ensure the safety and health of the public. And the criteria that are set out in the official plan are now essentially, the constitution as to when properties can or cannot achieve the status of being rezoned. If the position of this council or the public is that all short-term rentals are bad, no short-term rental can ever achieve the status of getting an amendment, then this official plan is something that is honored only in the breach, because that's not what the structure is. The structure is not, there have been problems in short-term rentals here, there have been problems in short-term rentals there. We know there can be problems, and I'm not here to defend any property that's a problem property. My point is simply that the structure that we have before us, that this township fought and crafted and was found to be good planning by the OLT, is one that contemplates, not that every application is going to be refused automatically because short-term rentals are bad or offensive, but rather that by going through a planning process, the planning staff and others will make recommendations as to whether the property or properties meet the criteria. If they don't meet the criteria, then under this council's policy, they don't get zoned, and under this council's policy, if they don't get zoned, they don't get a license, and so they effectively shut down in terms of what the council would like to see. So here we are today, council, where we have 10 properties that have gone through the planning process. And the question isn't, I submit respectively, whether or not there should be no short-term rentals ever to be rezoned because they're all bad, because this whole official plan would be a mockery if that's the way the official plan is interpreted. I'm not at all suggesting that this process is. I'm just saying if every single one is automatically rejected because of a fear of short-term rentals, then we move off of the official plan, off of the framework, the legal framework that now governs rezoning in the township. And I submit that the legal framework is the rule of law, and that it is important that every property be assessed in accordance with the criteria and not on some assumption that no property could ever be rezoned. So that takes me then to where we are in this process. Now, there's been some criticism of the planning reports, and I submit that there is a hefty record before council that shows that these properties meet the criteria. So you obviously had a lot of representations from the public, and I submit that this process is not a referendum on short-term rentals. The process has to be directed to whether or not the particular properties meet the criteria. And so many of the representations that you heard at the meeting were again against short-term rentals, not representations related to the particular properties. And I submit that under the Planning Act and under the official plan, the only criteria are the criteria under the Planning Act and under the official plan, and not generalized assumptions that all short-term rentals are bad or all short-term rentals are going to create problems. Now, the planning staff here has great experience in dealing with land use problems, and great experience in understanding the situation with short-term rentals. They went out and they looked at all of the properties. You were all here at the first meeting, and they showed, pictures of what they saw. They gave an overview, so they had looked at it. The staff had submissions from property owners explaining not just their rules, but also the topography of their property. The township staff had an expert planner who gave an opinion that the 10 properties met the criteria of the official plan. It was an independent expert planner who filed a report, who gave planning evidence to this council as to the appropriateness of these properties to get the rezoning. And the expert planner, after having done site visits and having done other investigations, expressed the opinion that for these 10 properties, it was good planning. The planning staff here reviewed all of the evidence, reviewed that report, and I don't think it's necessary for the town planner to go through every shred of evidence to back up their report, as perhaps you could infer was being suggested. There perfectly able to digest the information. You will see, when you look at the structure of that report report lists in a separate schedule every single property. It had every official plan criteria, and it reviewed every single official plan criteria for every property and came to the conclusion with respect to every property that it was good planning. So what this council has in front of it are two expert reports, right? One from an independent expert and then one from your own planning staff, which I assume you have great confidence in, that express the opinion that these 10 properties will do in fact meet the criteria. And I submit that planning, both of those reports are the only planning information that this council has in front of us. There was a remark that this is going to create a precedent. And I say two things with respect, and I say that again respectfully. The first is that under the official plan, every single property has to be reviewed, has to be assessed. So the fact that one property gets one is completely irrelevant as to whether another property will get a rezoning. Every single property has to be assessed with respect to planning principles. The other thing is, under this official plan, it moves off everybody is entitled to get a license to only a limited number of people will get a license, and that's, according to the township policy, those people who meet the criteria. So this is actually not a precedent. It's actually, the structure is actually very, very, very limiting because individuals will have to spend $4,000 to $6,000 to go get the planning report. My expectation is you're not going to see the floodgates. But if you have applications, each and every one will have to be reviewed, on the merits, and council will exercise its discretion with respect to each one. And then the last thing I just want to say is there seems to be an assumption that this license bylaw is only intended to protect the traveling public. There is no doubt, right, that there are provisions that are intended to protect the traveling public, and I have no disagreement with that. But when you look at the requirements in the bylaw, and you look at the numerous demerits in the bylaw, when you look at the very high amps in the bylaw, when you look at the discretion of the township to not issue a license, revoke a license, suspend a license, I would submit to you that this bylaw is very much designed to protect the public from nuisances and all the things that the people here have said that can go wrong. And I'm not saying they can't, but what I am saying is that the license regime is structured to deal with that, and deal with that in a very aggressive way. I know members of council know how the demerit system works, 7 and you're out in 6 months, and it doesn't take much to rack that up. So council has very adequate ability to address any problem property. And if there is one, then it's going to be a plague on them that's self-deserved, because the license bylaw is very tough. So I just want to say I agree that the bylaw protects the traveling public, but it also is intended to protect the public. And in fact, it would have a huge mitigating factor, even if a property does go through this rigorous process and get rezoned. It still has to be eligible for a license. If there's a problem with the septic, that gets picked up, they don't get it, right? So there are provisions for review right, to make sure the property meets all the relevant criteria, right? And I've got no doubt that the township staff is going to go through the process before they grant a license. So in my respectful submission, and just to sum up, and again, I appreciate Mayor having slightly more than 2 minutes, but I just did want to respond to a couple of the comments that were made. And I urge you to review the applications in accordance with the report of staff and the other expert evidence that you have, and to apply the lawful process under the official plan, which examines the 10 properties and not hypothetical things that could go wrong. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank council and all the staff for the work they've done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sookman. Yes, okay, so, and I'm not trying to rush because I want to give everyone fair points. So I am going to ask that the points that have been made previously by people who have spoken, try to make sure it's incremental information versus repetitive information, so that we can get to discussion on the matters before us. Please state just your name and proceed.
Yes, Jeff Hunnessett, Mayor, and I'm going to assume that comment was not directed at me in particular, but I do not intend to repeat what Mr. Sookman said, much as I agree with all of it. I'm just going to touch on 2 additional points that were not covered. First of all, I think it's important contextually to understand here that the properties that we are dealing with, to the extent that this use was zoned away from them at any point in the process, they would have legal non-conforming use, okay? So this is nothing more than an attempt to bring the properties that have the right to do what they're doing within the regime that is being imposed, to allow that regime to be applied to those properties and any other property that qualifies to apply for a license. And that is important to understand here, because somebody can't roll in tomorrow or after the regime is in place and suddenly claim that they have a legal non-conforming use. That's not how this works, and I think we all know that. Second of all, there has been concern expressed about the fact that zoning goes with the property rather than the owner. And I think that ignores the fact, somebody who spoke previously, I don't remember who it was, basically said, you know, if you just purchase the property, you then have the right to do that thing. We know that is not true. The person has to apply for a new license, and to the extent that they no longer qualify for that license, they don't get to trade on the goodwill of the operator before. They have to do it de novo, and they have to meet the criteria at the time that they apply. And to the extent that they do not comply with that, to the extent that they rack up amps, that's a mechanism. So the idea that the licensing regime is toothless cannot be submitted alongside this argument that, well, what we're trying to do is shut down like these people, these investors who come up from Toronto and buy some place and rent it out every 52 weekends a year. That is simply impossible in the context of the licensing regime, because the fines rack up so quickly, the thing would be underwater by offense 2. So I think you cannot have it both ways and say the regime's totally toothless. Oh, and what we're also trying to do is avoid that. That is effective. It will be effective. The fines are steep, and that's what we're trying to get in place here. So I think that's important to remember as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeff. I see where there's some confusion, and you know, I think what one of the previous speakers was speaking to is that once the zoning is permitted permanently, it automatically goes with the change of ownership. So, and I do appreciate it. I guess the only thing I would ask, if you can submit when you say all the properties are legal and we're taking rights away, I just, if you could send to staff or the planning department that component that you referenced, because I know it's been brought up before, and I don't know if I have not seen that clarity.
Mayor, I can forward it along. It was encompassed in, it's been an issue throughout the dispute that we've been having over the years, which, as you mentioned at the earlier meeting, we're not trying to relitigate the past several years. We're trying to put all of this behind us. Yes. And in the submissions that I made, and I believe the ones that Mr. Suckman made as well, we've been very clear that is the position. And as this thing wended its way through the OLT process before, and then the divisional court, we know how that ended. And all of these properties have been doing that thing since before that time. And I know to some extent the position may be taken, well, we're not technically zoning away a right. But if you were in a geography that the township is purporting to say, well, in the absence of getting a zoning bylaw amendment, you're ineligible to apply for a license, that is effectively zoning away a pre-existing use. And we've talked repeatedly at various occasions over the years about comparisons to tiny, right? Because
but I like, and not to really, all I was asking is if you can, because I know what you're saying. You're claiming it is a permitted use that we're taking away, and if you have if you can share that with staff specifically, then at least we have a clarity of what grounds that's on from a court ruling.
Yeah.
Because there's been a lot of dialogue, because we've been dialoguing this for 10 years, and I'm trying to move this matter forward. I don't want to kick it on to another council.
No, I understand that, Mayor, but these submissions have all been made in that written document, and I copied all of council on it, and I believe Mr. Suckman did as well.
Yeah.
But
if
only
you can
because
highlight the specific, I know there's Mr. Suckman said something
I'm happy
today.
to do that. I'm happy to do that. It is literally as simple as opening it and searching Control F the words legal non-conforming, and you'll find what we're talking about. But I do want to just finish here on this comparison to tiny, because it is relevant to the question about legal non-conforming. Tiny limits the ability to apply for a license to certain geographic zoning, but it's like basically the entire township. And that's not what we're proposing here.
Yes, no, but I believe there was some differences there that they passed a bylaw permitting short-term rentals. Therefore, the entire was encompassed. We had permitted certain zones, such as V1 and Carriage Hills, that specifically allowed it that permit. So, but like, I appreciate if you can share that would be greatly appreciated, and would help with the clarity of our staff, not just tonight, but also moving forward.
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Okay, so is there any other, yes, Ms. Wells, would you like to come up, say your name and continue, please?
My name's Diana Wells. I will be very quick. I just wanted to speak to Mr. Suckman talking about this setting a precedent. And the precedent that it does set, which I think is really important, is that it is lowering the standard for what's required to get a rezoning amendment. And I know, I'm a landscape architect. I do rezoning all the time. This would not be, what's in these reports would not be accepted by any other group. It's not transparent, it's not right, it's not complete. And I would love to be able to get my house rezoned with that amount of work. And so I don't believe, I don't disagree that there's a reason that we have to look at all these 10 properties. I submit that there's not enough information to actually make that decision on any of these properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blaine, if you can, you'll be brief. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to clarify for the record that Mr. Suckman mentioned that there is a second.
You got to say your name, Mr.
Sorry,
Blaine.
Dean Blaine, 8 Mile Point. Mr. Suckman, who I have no doubt to doubt what he's saying at all, but he said that there's a second planning report all that I've seen, and I have been through the public files meticulously, all I have seen are the reports that staff have released on the rezoning and on the licensing bylaw as appended to the to the agenda. So I'm gobsmacked that there is another planning report floating around out there that I've never heard about it. I don't think anybody here has heard about it. Staff, is that true? Can you verify that there is
you know what? This is open
well, then, for the
forum.
record, I will say that I find that to be, I'll be careful.
Concerning.
I find that to be concerning, remarkable, and unacceptable. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this matter? Seeing none, then we'll bring closure to the open forum. And so before we start off with 6A, the first report from Mr. Van Boncleur, I just would like to kind of give some brief comments. Disruptive short-term rentals have been a concern in the township since 2017. Similar to multiple communities throughout Ontario, some neighborhoods in Oro-Medonte have experienced challenges associated with STRs that are disruptive in nature. This matter has been identified, discussed, and debated over 3 different councils for almost a decade now, without a solution in place. Council recognizes the negative impacts disruptive STR renters can have on neighborhoods and fully understand the frustrations, concerns, and challenges that accompany unacceptable behaviors. Taking a proactive, logical, and realistic approach, Township, Council, and staff have invested a significant amount of time over the past 4 years to address concerns and develop practical solutions regarding disruptive short-term rental accommodations. This council and others have asked the province to step in and assist with a solution, as has been done in BC and Quebec, only to be told that you have the tools within your municipal toolbox to manage this matter, and that the province does not want to tell people what they can do or cannot do with their properties. The previous council, after a full term of discussion and debate, voted unanimously not to act, but to pass this matter on to the next council. This council, after 3 years of further discussion, are taking action to implement a comprehensive STR licensing program that will protect the character, health, and safety of our communities and neighborhoods. Significant progress has been made. This is the unfeathered right of council and the responsible of this elected body. STRs is a complex and complicated matter, as the township zoning bylaws have yet to be aligned with the new official plan, which is being updated for the first time since 1997. Therefore, we are taking a multifaceted approach by building a solution that requires property zoning bylaw amendment to legally operate STRs, a licensing bylaw and application process for the purpose of obtaining a license to legally operate an STRA, and monitoring and enforcement of licensing requirements through the township's administrative monetary penalty system. Council and staff feel these actions are balanced, fair, and in the best interest of all parties. Challenging council's direction will only force more legal costs without seeing the results of the proposed solution. The township hopes the Oro-Medonte community understands, respects the current situation, and the need to move forward with this matter. So at this point, what I will ask is Mr. Van de Boncourt, if you would like to provide a summary comments in regards to the zoning bylaw amendment application, please.
Thank you, Worship, members of council. Good evening. Good evening to members of the public. I'm going to speak to report DS 2026 89, dealing with a recommendation to amend the zoning bylaw to add a definition of short-term rental accommodation and a definition pertaining to the secondary use of a short-term rental accommodation. The second part of my recommendation deals with the rezoning of 10 specific properties. The two definitions that are proposed to be introduced into the zoning bylaw are to bring the zoning bylaw into conformity with the recently approved official plan policies dealing with the short-term rental. So those two definitions will address that. The 10 properties that are before council for consideration are being brought forward under terms of a minutes of settlement to achieve those new official plan policies. The recommendation is there for the consideration of council. The report has a number of attachments. There are 9 previous reports that are included as links in this document, as well as a report that summarizes all the public comments that were received at the June 11th public meeting. So that is referenced as well. And there is a section in the report dealing with the public comments received in the summary of comments. And I want to thank all those individuals that spoke at the public meeting and took the time to submit comments, both opposed to what was being proposed and those in support. So thank you for all those comments. And all those comments were shared with members of council as well. So they certainly had a full appreciation of what was the comments that were submitted. As was indicated, Your Worship, the zoning bylaw and the provisions in the zoning bylaw are one aspect of what the township is trying to do in terms of introducing a regulatory framework to govern STRs in the municipality. The other part of that framework is the licensing bylaw, which council will be considering later. The framework has a number of goals which are outlined in the report in terms of trying to ensure that neighborhoods remain safe and peaceful. And those items are outlined in the report. In the report as well, I did a land use analysis of each of the 10 properties using the new official plan policies that were in place. And the official plan outlines criteria for how staff are to evaluate a rezoning application for an STRA. And in the report is a planning analysis. There's a quick summary of the public comments on each property, but the bulk of the comments were summarized in that earlier report. From my review of the provincial policy statement, the county official plan, the township official plan, and reviewing the 10 properties in light of the comments received, from a planning context perspective, the recommendation is that the 10 properties be rezoned. There is no doubt from the comments received, Your Worship, members of council, that there are nuisances that are associated with the operation of STRs. The term nuisance is used not to diminish the concerns expressed by the public, but to describe what typical regulatory bylaws that municipalities pass try to control. They try to control nuisances, whether they be noise or burning or dogs running at large. Those are nuisance bylaws to deal with those types of issues. Staff certainly took all the comments into consideration. But, Your Worship, from our perspective, most of the comments dealt with nuisances. There were very few comments that dealt with land use planning considerations. There was some discussion about the character of the neighborhood. But each of these properties, there is an existing dwelling unit. They're being used. The STRA introduction as a secondary use continues that use of the dwelling unit as a residential use. Although there is a commercial transaction associated with that, it's still occupied by individuals that would typically be in a residential use. In looking at the 10 properties, as I indicated, from the analysis of staff, we're of the view that the property should be rezoned to permit an STR as a secondary use. That the rezoning as a secondary use is supportable and is good planning. Your Worship, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Council members, do you have any questions for clarity or anything from Mr. Van Boncourt? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone, for participating in this process again. I do have many concerns. I do share many concerns. I share the fact that we've been challenged with this matter for nigh on 9 years. We're coming up on our 10th anniversary. There's no doubt, as expressed by the members of the community, that short-term rentals operations can be a disruptive element in a residential neighborhood. There's also the concern expressed. It's not just the nature of the buildings and the structure that constitute community character or neighborhood character. And I have heard from residents both here and privately that there is concerns of fear and intimidation. These lead from the fact that neighbors report incidents. They operate, unfortunately, the bylaw process in any municipality operates on the basis of complaint. The complainant is identified. Sometimes the persons occupying the lands are not respectful of the fact that they may have been visited by an enforcement officer of some form or other, and they don't respect the full-time residential neighbor. I think we have a situation as well where the zoning bylaw itself is an ineffective tool in terms of controlling short-term rentals. The threshold of evidence required to obtain an enforcement and prosecution is too high. So we do need another instrument, because currently we have between 100 and 200 short-term rental operations that are operating illegally in the township. They're operating today. They could be right next to you today. So we have to do something. And it's my view that we cannot leave these chambers tonight without doing something. Otherwise, we will just encourage this kind of meeting to take place yet again and again until one side or the other wearies of the conflict. So what we have before us is an evolving legislative framework, one which includes an official plan, which just went through the process. We have a licensing bylaw that's being proposed that we will discuss tonight as well, an administrative monetary penalty system, and eventually the fulfillment of a consolidated zoning bylaw through amendment. But we're not there yet, and that'll be another year. And it may face its challenges as well, because it will formulate the legislation and not the policy around short-term rentals. I do think that we need to proceed tonight with the language surrounding the secondary use and the definition of a short-term rental. I do think as well that there are properties that seem to, in my mind at least, satisfy the conditions of or the criteria of the official plan. I'm concerned about some of the other ones, I will say that. There seems to be too broad a range in terms of suitability, and I'm very, very concerned about the introduction of short-term rentals into residential neighborhoods. That's why you're here. I'm not hearing from a lot of farmers, to be quite honest. So I think, that's perhaps not the issue. So in any case, those are my opening remarks, and I certainly think perhaps it would be reasonable to divide the question, as it were, in terms of Robert's rules into the question, or first of all, the question of the language, and then the question of the properties themselves. So.
So you're flooring you'd like to, I take it what you're asking is to split the motion.
Yeah, if we could see the motion, maybe it might be easier to split. You want to say anything? No, okay.
You said it all.
No, did you want to say?
I'm just going to ask, Deputy Mayor, not doing, but before we look at this language, Councillor Hutchinson just had a quick comment or question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. And I would agree with what you have said, Deputy Mayor. But I did also just want to speak about a couple of comments that were made tonight, being the OP being two-pronged, and one of those major prongs is the safety and health of the public. And that really resonates with me with this particular situation. Time and time again, we've been here in these meetings, and I want to say thank you to everybody who's come out yet again. Because I think people are really exhausted by this process, and for you to take time out of your day and make your thoughts known to us again, it's really appreciated. And this is the common theme that I hear when I talk with people offline, is it really comes down to health and safety and the character of their neighborhoods. I think the statement that the community here in Oro-Medonte thinks all STRs are bad and that there should be a referendum on STRs is incorrect. Anybody that I have been speaking to realizes it's inevitable that we're going to have STRs in Oro-Medonte, and we're looking to build a framework so that our community feels confident and safe when there is an approved STR and where that may be. So I just wanted to clarify that anybody that I've spoken to have not said, I don't want STRs in all of Oro-Medonte and they are all bad. That's not what I'm hearing at all. I'm hearing we've got bad actors. We've got to get a regimen in place so that our community feels confident and safe.
So, and as Councillor Hutchins pointed out, we needed to get our OP finalized in order that we can have something to build a framework on. Our OP is the foundation of everything around this township and the policies and bylaws and and bylaws that we have. So, Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say a couple things, and I've dealt with some of you people who live in the lakeshore there, and during the last 3.5 years since I've been on council, and actually prior to that too, I was being asked how to deal with noisy parties and that sort of thing, and I provided some advice to those people. But just reflecting what I believe it was the mayor said that, and Deputy Mayor here about rural properties, farm country, and I am the councillor for the properties in the rural area north of Horseshoe Valley, right up to Vasey, which is quite a distance, and there's a lot of farms in that area there. But I'm aware of that there are that have been brought to my attention by the actual farmer making inquiries as to what's occurring here. But I have never heard a complaint about any of those that are situated in the rural areas, the farms. And the only way, I'm sure there's other ones up there, but I'm sure that the only way I know about them, or we know about them, is if they bring it to our attention themselves. I've never had a complaint from any rural short-term rental, or at least a residence that's being, or a farm that's being used as a short-term rental. So there's a difference, and I'm very much aware of the problems with you guys are experiencing with short-term rentals in your neighborhoods. It changes the culture of the neighborhood, certainly. You know, some of you people have lived there 30, 40 years, you know, and suddenly these pop up here and there, and it changes the community. I don't think people feel safe anymore. And the reason you bought a house in those particular neighborhoods originally, is because they were quiet neighborhoods, and people have liked them so much they've stayed there for all those years. But look, we are all very much aware of the problems, okay? We're trying to deal with them problems as best as we can. What we're doing up here is not in our interest, okay? I can tell you that. Nothing we have done up here has been in our interest, politically or otherwise. It's in the interest of the people, and I can say that in all honesty here. That so we're trying to do our best we can to resolve this. As it's been said, it's gone on for 10 years or so, and I've said at the beginning of my term on council, if anybody can resolve this problem, it's this council here, okay? And I'm not pat myself on the back here, but there's a lot of very bright people on this council. You've probably seen that in the decisions that have been made. And we've been fortunate in closing a lot of files that legacy files that we inherited through mediation, that sort of thing. And much of it is not unlike this here, but that's as much as I can say about it here, but on this, that I want to say on this, but there's a difference between residential properties and rural properties, and we're very much aware of those, okay? But again, we're very much aware of the problems you guys are having down there, have done for 7 or 8 years, and we know the properties, okay? So they're going to be dealt with, and so, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Just before we go to the draft motion, Councillor Clark, did you have anything you wanted to say at this time?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you to my colleagues around the table and the public. First off, apologies for not being there in person. And I would like to very much echo, you know, my colleagues' comments in regards to the differences between rural and residential and the effects that you can have. Obviously, you can still have parties and carrying on in a rural situation. It's just the effects of those, and to use the planning language of nuisances, those behaviors aren't observed as easily in a rural agricultural setting by non-participating parties. But I also think it's really important for tonight that we do, you know, assess the terminology. And I think the deputy had put forward the idea of making sure we get some language situated in our zoning bylaw related to secondary use accommodations or short-term accommodations and secondary use, and what that means, so that we can continue to move forward with what I think is a potential and that obviously the proof will be in the pudding in the future on whether this is a true solution. But we're trying to make sure we're following the laws that we have in place, and the ways that we as a municipal council can actually do the best that we can underneath the planning guidelines that we operate within.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. And like, listen, there are good operators, there are bad operators. There is no doubt that in an intensified or more densely populated area, the more disruptive operators stand out much more because there is not that distance. And like I said, when you have 50 people in the car, it's a lot more uncomfortable than if you have 3. So yeah, Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add, we know the short-term rentals down the lakeshore area are profit-oriented, and quite often the owners of those places don't live there. Okay, but I just compare it again to the rural areas, the farms, and farming is a tough go for the people that operate the farms, and it's been my experience and knowledge that they're attempting to make ends meet, so to speak, in comparison to those that are profit-oriented and are built or rented specifically to make a profit. But I just want to mention that again, that there's a big difference between the rural properties and residents. But again, we know very much so what's going on down there. Okay, so
okay,
thank you.
Thank you. So, Deputy Mayor, if you want to speak to the motion, and
could you make it a little larger, please? Yeah, more glasses.
And I'm happy to read it out as well.
Yes. So what I'm proposing is that we divide the question so that item 2, the zoning bylaw application, blah blah blah, down through to the second bullet point to introduce definitions of short-term rental accommodation, STR, and secondary use be separated as a question from the bullet point below that begins to rezone the following properties. Because they can stand alone as their own motions.
so okay, continue on. Yeah, so the language, you need that language separated out. So the purpose of amending the motion, or what is the intent? Is to separate? Are you looking to separate into separate buckets?
Yeah, so there'll be 2 separate motions that
have the same language in both. And how would you like them separated, I guess, is what I'm... Like, you want the property separated into subcategories?
No, not at this point.
No,
I'm just suggesting that we, first of all, separate the language that's required to support the zoning amendment to the zoning bylaw be separated from the question as to what's going to happen with the debate and voting on the properties. Because they're independent questions.
So are you asking for there to be 10 different motions? So
no. All I'm saying right now is that there's going to be 2 motions. One to amend the zoning bylaw itself, and the other to contemplate the properties.
Okay. So what I'm going to suggest is, Madam Clerk, in order to structure that, do we want to take a recess for 5 to 10 minutes to...
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think it'd be wise. But first, this is the motion that's on the floor. This is the motion that was in the agenda, in the report. So I suggest that we read this
Okay.
so that
Yep.
members
Yeah,
of the
okay.
gallery and members of the public listening at home are aware of what's being proposed. And then if council wishes, they can divide and we can recess to determine that.
Okay. Please.
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie, and be it resolved that DS 2026-089, George Vadaboncourt, Manager, Planning, Special Projects, Rezoning Bylaw Amendment Application 2026 ZBA 14, short-term rental accommodation for 10 properties be received and adopted. That zoning bylaw amendment application 2026 ZBA 14, Township of Oro-Medonte, specifically to undertake the following be approved. To introduce a provision pertaining to the secondary use of a dwelling unit as a short-term rental accommodation. To introduce definitions of short-term rental accommodation, STR and secondary use. That rezoning the following 10 properties with the exception 394 zone be permitted to short-term rental accommodations as a secondary use to a residential use on each of the properties. 2192 Town Line, 4598 Line 5 North, 4524 Line 5 North, 15 Cathedral Pines, 1 Pemberton Lane, 68 Ward Avenue, 6 Cook Lane, 247 Moon Point Drive, 10 Beach Road, 1165 Woodland Avenue, and that staff bring forward the bylaw for council's consideration, and that the property owners to which the bylaw applies be advised of council's decision under the Director of Development Services signature.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So Deputy Mayor, do you want to continue on with what?
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, procedurally, I believe, and I'll defer to the clerk, I believe this is the motion on the floor. There would need to be a motion from council to provide direction on how you would like the motion broken up. So I think just for clarification, we have the first component of the report, which is to receive the report. There's the second component, Deputy Mayor, that I think you're articulating is the introduction of language. So that would be the first component, and then the second component, and we would be looking for direction on how you want to deal with the 10 properties specifically to be captured in the resolution for direction to bring back individual motions.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just proposing, so first of all, you want to vote on accepting or receiving the report, correct, from a procedural perspective?
Yes, and that can be part of your breakout that you want for the zoning amendments as well. The zoning bylaw.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get to is that we separate the language above to rezone the following 10 properties from, so we split the motion or divide the question at that point. So we have a vote on the language.
Yep.
And then we have a vote on the rezoning.
Okay. May we have a recess just to determine?
Yeah, that would be great. So we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute recess to get this adjustment made and then come back.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Oh, somebody's got Robert. Hello? Okay, that's better. Is there feedback still?
Oh, I'm missing. Thank you. There we go.
Councillor Young, is the feed app? It's gone now, I think. No?
Testing, testing.
You're gonna get a level one.
Yeah.
Test, test. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Lavoie, would you like to speak now to the amendment that you've spoke with the clerk about, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the clerk. After reflection on the debate earlier, the discussion earlier, I think it's appropriate that we further divide the question into the language and then the 10 properties divided by rural and by residential zone. So we should have 3 properties in the agricultural rural zone and 3 properties in the residential zone.
You mean 7 properties in the residential?
Oh, sorry, 7, yes.
And
Sorry.
3 in the rural. So, Madam Clerk, then we'd need a motion to break this up, and then a motion to address the language, and then a third motion for the divisions of the property.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So the first resolution will be the motion to divide. Would you like me to call the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Young. Be it resolved, be it resolved that the resolution for report DS 2026-089 regarding zoning bylaw amendment application 2026 ZBA 14 Township of Oro-Medonte be divided into 3 separate resolutions as follows. 1 resolution regarding zoning bylaw language amendment changes. 1 resolution regarding rezoning of 3 properties currently zoned agricultural rural, specifically 2192 Town Line, 4598 Line 5 North, and 4524 Line 5 North. And then 1 resolution regarding rezoning of 7 properties currently zoned residential, specifically 15 Cathedral Pines, 1 Pemberton Lane, 68 Ward Avenue, 6 Cook Lane, 247 Moon Point Drive, 10 Beach Road, 1165 Woodland Avenue.
Thank you very much. I'll call the motion for that breakup. All in favor or divide? That is carried. And then, Madam Clerk, is there a motion now that within the language?
Yes, moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that report number DS 2026-089 be received, that zoning bylaw amendment application 2026 ZBA 14 Township of Oro-Medonte specifically to undertake the following be approved. To introduce a provision pertaining to the secondary use of a dwelling unit as a short-term rental accommodation, and to introduce definitions of short-term rental accommodation, STRA, and secondary use.
Yeah, everyone's heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And then could we have the third motion to separate the properties, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the zoning bylaw amendment application 2026 ZBA 14, Township of Oro-Medonte, specifically to rezone 2192 Town Line, 4598 Line 5 North, and 4524 Line 5 North, with the exception 394 zone to permit a short-term rental accommodation as a secondary use to a residential use be approved, and that staff bring forward the bylaw for council's consideration, and that the property owners be advised of council's decision under the Director of Development Services signature.
Okay, so I'll open the floor at this time for any discussion regarding this. Is there any comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yeah, I'll just say that, I mean, I think that agricultural rural zone is suited to this use, and that people who live in the agricultural rural zone are inconvenienced by agricultural activities, amongst other things, and I think it's an appropriate use of the properties and represents good planning.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the other thing that we need to recognize as part of the process is there has been no complaints in regards to these facilities acting or operating as a short-term rental operation. Okay, Councillor Young?
Yeah, I just want to add as well, no intimidation complaints.
Okay, that's, well, it's not relevant to this application, but I appreciate your comment. Okay, so I'll call the vote then, or just because I'm sorry, my apologies, Councillor Clark. I didn't. Are you ready to call the vote? Okay, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And can we now have a motion for the second half of the deal with the residential zones, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application 2026 ZBA 14, Township of Oro-Medonte, specifically to rezone 15 Cathedral Pines, 1 Pemberton Lane, 68 Ward Avenue, 6 Cook Lane, 247 Moon Point Drive, 10 Beach Road, 1165 Woodland Avenue, with the exception 394 zone to permit a short-term rental accommodation as a secondary use for a residential use be approved, that staff bring forward the bylaw for council's consideration, and that the property owners be advised of council's decision under the Director of Development Services signature.
Okay, I'll open the floor for any comments or questions regarding these properties. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Well, I think it's appropriate to say something. It persists in my mind that the residential owners have spoken, and I feel that in this instance there are a number of conflicting land use issues that arise, and I'm not satisfied that the character of the surrounding area is maintained vis-a-vis the requirement perhaps from time to time to complain, or the whether or not the proposed property is suitable for the use. I would also point out, as was noted previously by one speaker, that the OLT Chair Dixon did indicate, as further noted in Mr. Spagnell's affidavit, the township has agreed to prepare a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment to expressly permit STRs on 10 properties owned by members of the association. So that much is publicly known, and insofar as the settlement agreement becomes a matter of dispute, then at least the public knows that much about it so far. So those are my only comments.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of council? Any comments? No, I think, there are concerns that have been addressed. and the potential negative impacts to the disruptive operators. I think, under a different set of circumstances, we might be able to approve these properties, but as a permanent zoning amendment, at this point in time, I think, it will be challenging until we get our zoning bylaws aligned with our new official plan. And I also think, we need our licensing bylaw is new. It's in its infancy. There's going to be some amendments and changes we have to make. We want to make sure we get this right. I have nothing against short-term rental operations as a whole. There are many, many good operators out there, and unfortunately, this is what happens. There's a few that may ruin it for all, and it brings all these things into play. So I'm optimistic we can find solutions for the entire community, whether it's the residents and the operators moving forward. So I'll call the vote at this point. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So we are now at item 6B. Mr. Vandermark, would you like to provide a summary comments in regard to the short rent?
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. CAO Benz?
Could staff maybe have 2 minutes, please, Mayor Green?
Absolutely. So another break. This one's much shorter, 2 minutes. So
Mr. Mayor, we're live. Oh.
Me again. How many times are you going to vote?
Don't touch it, Bob.
Test, 1, 2. Yep.
Okay. Okay, so is IT counted as in yet, Madam Clerk? Is IT, are we logged in? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're now at item 6B to deal with the short-term rental accommodation and bed and breakfast establishment licensing bylaw. Mr. Vanderboncourt, would you like to provide your summary comments in regards to this, please?
Thank you, Worship, members of council. So there's two parts to this report, and Your Worship, I'll pause after the first part, and then we'll carry on with the second part. So,
Excuse me for a moment, Mr. Mayor, if we could call for quiet in the gallery, please, so that staff can follow along.
I know it's been a long night, ladies and gentlemen, but if everyone can just pay attention. If you want to have conversations, take them outside. We just would like to get this through so everyone can get home and enjoy their evening, okay? Thank you. Mr. Vanderboncourt.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the licensing bylaw is back before council again. It was brought to council on June 24th, and council at that time directed that the bylaw be put out for public comment, as well as the timeframes for enforcement, and that those comments be considered in the draft coming forward. So the draft before you has 6 changes that are being proposed to the licensing bylaw. There were some other minor revisions. Some of those changes were suggested through the public consultation. So some were just direct suggestions in terms of improvements to the bylaw. I'll just quickly go through the 6, Your Worship. The first is to introduce a definition of village resort commercial unit that mirrors the zoning bylaw definition, and in conjunction with that, the definition of primary use, and then a clause to say that a village resort commercial use could be rented more than 92 days in a calendar year as a permitted use. So that provides a distinction between a short-term accommodation, which is 92 days or less, or a village resort use, which is greater than 92 days. The second proposed amendment is that permitting a bedroom in a legal sleeping cabin be counted as a bedroom for the purpose of an STR license. And the operative word here is legal, so it's received a building permit, it's approved, and so when you're doing the count for a property in terms of number of bedrooms, they can include a sleeping cabin. The other restrictions apply in terms of maximum of 8 people, et cetera, et cetera. It's just to be able to provide that.
Can I just ask for a clarification on that? So would the sleeping cabin have to be zoned for human inhabitant? It would be already, correct?
That's correct. A legal sleeping cabin would have appropriate zoning to permit human habitation or human occupancy.
Thank you.
The third proposed amendment deals with the application of demerit points and violations. And that clarifies that if there are violations of any of the municipality's nuisance bylaws while the property is not being used as an STRA, that those offenses would not count toward demerit points. They would still be subject to the AMPS bylaw, but they would not count toward the toward the demerit point. So only violations while the property is being used would count. The proposed amendment number 4 deals with multiple multiple offenses that occur in a single occurrence. And in that situation, once per 6-month period, the municipal law enforcement staff may pick the demerit point with the highest number of points, so that if you like, there's a little bit of grace there, that if somebody misstepped initially, that they wouldn't cross the threshold of 7 demerit points and all of a sudden be in a position where their license was suspended or whatever. They would pick the one with the highest, and they range in value from 6 to 2 points. So there's that. The next proposed amendment is with respect to a letter, a consent letter being provided by a condominium property. This again was comments that were received through the review of the licensing bylaw, and we have one property, 90 Highland Drive, which has assigned parking to each unit. They have one parking spot each, and then they had the ability to purchase a second parking spot. Each of those units in there has 2 bedrooms, so they could only apply for a license for 1 bedroom if they had 1 parking spot, because the limitation is 1 parking spot per bedroom. So the condominium corporation has asked that a concurrence letter be provided with the application to say that the condominium corporation concurs. They're not applying for something that they don't have sufficient parking. The last proposed amendment deals with the introduction of a notwithstanding clause, and this is a clause that indicates that that the municipal law enforcement or the licensing tribunal shall take into account the efforts made by a particular owner to address concerns with respect to their property, and these would be elements that were beyond the owner's control. So, for example, if they had a requirement that they had to be up here within a specific period of time, and their vehicle broke down and on their way, and they weren't able to make it on time, that would be taken into consideration. So those are the 6 proposed amendments, major amendments. The rest of the bylaw is essentially the same with respect to the other elements of the bylaw. Your Worship, I'll pause here before we're getting on to the next section, which is dealing with the implementation and enforcement. See if
Okay.
turn it back to you.
I'll open up at this point in time. Council, is there any questions? I'll go to Councillor Hutchison first, ladies first, and then we'll go to you, Councillor Young.
Sometimes it's an advantage to be the lady in the room. Actually, it's usually most of the time, but thank you, through you, Mayor, to Mr. Vadamoncourt. I had sent you a bit of a list earlier, and I just wanted to ask some questions about some further potential refinements, or just ask questions for clarity for the public, as I've been asked a number of questions with regards to the licensing bylaw. So one suggestion from someone I was speaking today was, could we provide a circulation to neighbors, such as we do when somebody's looking for a variance, so that neighbors are notified that someone would be applying for a zoning amendment, and your answer to me was, you felt that would be something that could be accomplished. So unless you want to say something else to that.
Thank you, through your worship, to the councillor. Yes, I did indicate that it could be considered, but I also indicated that under the current process, that anybody seeking a rezoning, that would go through a public process as well. Right. So if they were seeking a rezoning to add an STRA as a second use, the public notice would be circulated through the provisions in the Planning Act, and all of those within 120 meters of the subject property would be informed. So that may be the way to proceed from a notice standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Supplemental. The other question that I had, and specifically in the Horseshoe area, we have some streets where the houses are very tightly packed. I would say Highland Drive Landscape is one in particular where there's maybe 6 feet difference from neighbor to neighbor. 3 feet owned by one property and 3 feet by the other. So some consideration around minimum separation. Again, if you could perhaps explain how we can start to look towards having something built up around that.
Through your worship, through the councillor, yes, there's Landscape Drive, and there's other residential subdivisions where there's large houses on smaller lots, and those particular properties, I think, would have a difficult time meeting all the requirements under the official plan with respect to setbacks and buffering and the like. Some of them may have difficulty providing sufficient parking to support an STRA because it's one parking spot per bedroom, and the driveways are very short. And so I think there are limiting factors in the official plan when it would come to apply to a property like that would make it very difficult for a property in that particular area you describe in other similar situations.
Okay, do you have another one?
If I may, I have 2 more.
Okay, so before I do that, I'm
Yes.
going to do this because the clerk, we didn't pass a motion to go past 4 hours.
May I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that we go, I think it's per section 20.14A of the procedural bylaw to go past 4 hours. It'll be a friendly
amendment.
motion.
Yes, motion. But anyways, no.
Thank you.
No, thank you. So I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And you can continue now, Councillor
Great,
Hutchison.
thank you. And then just 2 other points that actually came out in the public comments today. One is with regard to the attendance of an officer, or somebody who's responsible for the property within 24 hours of being contacted. That seems to be a little lenient. I think if there's a property where there seems to be a lot of noise or disruption happening, is that something we can look at tightening it up? Because it looks, by the way this is written, it looks like either a representative or the person responsible comes, or it reads to me that if they have not shown up, then a township representative has to come. So it's, again, it's a bit of a burden on the township. So was that, before you answer that, I'll just, the last one that came up that I note of concern as well is the length of 92 days being available for rent. And there were some suggestions tonight, perhaps being able to break that up or put some controls into the 92 days so that properties are not rented out consistently through prime season. So those are my other 2 questions.
Thank you, through you, your worship. So under the proposed licensing bylaw, there is a requirement that the responsible person or the owner respond within 30 minutes. So that could be a phone call, a text message, or they could be there in person. And then there's the requirement that you spoke to, which is attend the property, and they must attend the property within 24 hours. So the 24 hours was chosen as a reasonable time to for an owner, if say for example, if they weren't they were located in the city and they needed to drive up, that they could make arrangements. But it does not negate the requirement to address the issue as soon as within 30 minutes of being notified that there is an issue. With respect to your second point, in the review of various licensing bylaws, there weren't too many licensing bylaws that specified a time limit. The 92 days what seemed to be a fairly reasonable time limit. There is one bylaw that comes to mind that does break it up in terms of 1 week on, 1 week off, 1 week on type thing that comes to mind. But then again, that was just one bylaw out of the group. 92 days was thought to be a reasonable number of days, given the amount of time over a year. Some of these properties are used, some in the summer, some in the winter, and some in both seasons. So that's why 92 days was recommended.
Please go on.
Sorry, I'm going to push on this a little bit. Thank you. I guess it's great to know that there is an example of some control on a 92 days by another community. I don't know that that's not something we couldn't consider as well. I'm putting that out there.
Thank you, through your worship, and the licensing bylaw that's proposed this evening is a licensing bylaw that's been created based on best practice in terms of reviewing numerous licensing bylaws with the assistance of an expert. Recognizing that this bylaw is potentially a work in progress, in the sense that once it's approved, it will have to be implemented. And I'm anticipating that as we move forward as a municipality, that there could be amendments to the bylaw to address issues such as what you've just raised and other matters that come up. And one of the nice things about the licensing bylaw is that it's a direct amendment, so that a report can come to council, identify the proposed amendments, council can deal with those amendments, approve the amending bylaw, and they come into force right away. So I anticipate that the bylaw will evolve as we have experience in the implementation of the bylaw.
No. Yeah. Okay, yeah, one last one, please.
And that's it. I'm cut the mic. Okay, so thank you for that, because I think that explains for me and for the public that this is a fluid almost like a fluid document, that we're going to get this rolled out, and then it is easily amended as required going forward.
Thank you. So through you, your worship, to the council, yes, the answer to your question is yes. And those matters could be raised by members of council, by staff coming to council, and by public engaging with council and staff about concerns that they have. So there's 3 avenues where the bylaw could be considered for amendment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, no, I think, the key point is, and this is one of the key points of what we're trying to do, is we're trying to get things in order and in place through multiple levers, and there will be amendments to this as time changes. No different than the townships of Blue Mountain, who are still amending their STR bylaws, because as the environment changes, we have to adjust. It's no different than the Planning Act and how it evolves. So, Councillor Young.
Oh, my turn.
Could you ask Councillor Hutchison, Mayor, if she has any more questions? I don't want to interrupt.
No, she's done.
Is she done?
Please,
okay.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Just a brief question, George. One, you mentioned the suspensions, and what I'm curious about is that how long would a suspension be? Does it depend on the infraction or infractions?
Through you, Your Worship. So the suspension could vary depending on the infraction. The officer has limited ability. It's like an administrative suspension, and then there are other suspensions, and there is an appeals committee that's will be struck to address appeals, and the appeal committee may uphold the suspension, may reduce the suspension, and possibly increase the suspension. So there is the ability to vary the duration.
Can I just have a follow-up?
Supplemental, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. George, is that, would it ever be a homeowner or short-term renter owner to revoke the license? I mean, on perhaps the rest of the term of the license, or would it have to be pretty serious, I guess, to do that? But is that part and parcel of the bylaw?
Through Your Worship, yes, license could be revoked, and it could be revoked for different reasons. You identified one, the seriousness of the offense, maybe multiple offenses, just you know, a lack of adherence to the bylaw. Once the license is revoked, it's revoked for that for an extended period. So it's pretty significant.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I only have two comments. One, just to reinforce the fact that I think we need to get the bylaw in place, number one. And number two, if it's not perfect today, we have the opportunity to be able to amend it as we go. So there's not a limited number of amendments that were struck, that we're held to, nor is there requirement to have a space in time between amendments. Is that correct?
Through Your Worship, yes, that's correct.
Okay. The second question, the second recommendation to staff, and I recognize financial representatives aren't here, but I think it would be prudent for the township to establish a financial chart of accounts for the licensing and STR bed and breakfast legislation, so that we can monitor the financial impact, so we can amend from time to time as seen necessary the licensing and bed and breakfast fee. And I think to ensure that within those financial accountings are the legal fees that we're certainly going to be incurring, in my mind, going forward with regard to any appeals or any other legal actions taken by any parties on their behalf with regard to licensing or zoning amendments or bylaw zoning amendments. So thank you.
Mr. Mann-Moncourt.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, for those comments. And certainly it's staff's intention to provide regular updates to members of council with respect to the implementation of the bylaw, and include the financial piece as well, so that there's a good understanding of how the program is progressing over the course of the next few years. So that's certainly the intention. I think that establishing, say August 1st, 2026, if council approves the bylaw, is kind of the base year, and then move forward from there.
Yes, no, and I agree with the deputy mayor saying we won't get to total cost recovery, but I think if we're going to be litigating on an issue moving forward, as we have over the last 8 to 10 years, that we can't be putting that upon the taxpayer as a totality. So anyways, hopefully we resolve all this stuff, and litigation is something in the rear view mirror. So Mr. Van Moncourt, do you want to continue on, please?
Thank you, Worship. Just on that comment with respect to the financial sustainability, there are upfront costs to get the program running, but once the program is running, and then, as you indicate, perhaps adjustments are made, then it can achieve a cost recovery and potentially be cost positive. But that's to see as the program unfolds. Just to your point, it's not generally in a cost recovery period in the first year.
Thank you.
So thank you. I'd just like to move on then, if I could, to the implementation and enforcement. And I just wanted to emphasize that the proposed licensing bylaw covers the whole municipality, and it deals with both legal short-term rental accommodations and bed and breakfast. That means they have proper zoning, and it deals with illegal short-term rentals that do not have proper zoning. So you need to have proper zoning in place first for either STR and a bed and breakfast, or you're not eligible for a license. So with that kind of context, staff in this last report outlined 4 options for council in terms of how to enforce the implementation strategy, and we put that out for public comment through a survey, and we received 31 responses to the survey, along with some additional comments. The 4 options that were put forward at the last meeting and put forward to the public were: number 1, enforce immediately upon adoption of the licensing bylaw. Option 2, commence enforcing 1 month after adoption. Number 3, commence enforcing 2 months after adoption. And option 4, commence enforcing 2 months after adoption for STRAs and bed and breakfast establishments that are properly zoned, and 6 months for those requiring a rezoning. So that's what we put out to the public. And as outlined in the report, the majority of respondents supported option 4, followed closely by option 3, as outlined in the report. And in the report also outlines next steps in terms of notification to those currently operating an STR and a bed and breakfast about the requirements to become licensed. For those that do not have proper zoning, the requirements to get to be zoned before they could obtain a license. And there's a time frame outlined in the staff report with a series of notices that will go out to the operators at particular milestones, advising them that they need to proceed. And if there is no activity by September 30th, then they will be requested to stop advertising, because as of that date, advertising on any platform would be in contravention of the licensing bylaw if they do not have a license. So on the other hand, if they have applied for a rezoning, they've applied for a license, and it's going through the process, they would be permitted to continue. So, Your Worship, that's the summary of the report, and I'd be happy to take any further questions, members of council.
Okay. Just one question for should there be a tightening of the timeline? Point 6 on page 7. On October 1st, 2026, municipal would start issuing warning notices to illegal operators that are still advertising and not licensed. They haven't at least entered into a zoning amendment application, because I know we can't funnel everything through like in a week or a month. That seems to be somewhat generous. Like, that's the easiest thing to stop the commercial, to take you out of the realm of being a commercial operator, is advertising as a threshold we're using. and advertising can be stopped quite rapidly. I don't think if they're not engaged in an application for a zoning amendment, then I don't know why we need to give them 2 months to get that in order. That's all. Oh, there's no need for I'm trying to keep decorum as well, but it's a tough job. But that's the only thing I would ask staff to go back and review with the application process. Is there an opportunity to tighten that timeline for before bylaw goes out? Bylaw is going to go give them a notice in October, and and bylaw is there to educate and inform, and it could be 2 more weeks. It could be November before they take the advertising down. So that's the only comment I had. And is there any other questions from council members? Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yeah, as I think we're being asked to pass the bylaw, we'll probably have to put a motion on the floor to amend that advertising limit, and I support the notion, and since the chair can't, I would be prepared to move it. So I think maybe we should discuss what that time period ought to be that we believe is reasonable. So did we want to back it up for
the September 1?
Advertising to September 1 by a month? I don't think that's unreasonable. I mean, I'm quite certain that people who are operating a short-term rental have an inventory of reservations already set out, so they can probably operate for a few months before the business begins to dwindle. So I'm just, I think September 1 makes sense to me. Yeah.
Okay, so
we have a seconder over here, and Councillor Hutchison.
And Mr. Van Boncourt, I think you wanted to comment when the deputy was speaking. So
thank you, Worship. If I may just understand what the deputy mayor is suggesting. I'm just trying to understand the time frame there, so perhaps he could just explain it again.
Yep, sorry, just change the date in point 6 to September 1st as opposed to October 1st.
Okay. And then, therefore, then does point number 7 need to be also bumped up a month? Because, the AMP charges wouldn't be, there was a month between those. So I'm just saying maybe it would be best to shift 6 and 7 up by a 1 month period.
Your Worship, I understand what you and members of council are proposing. Just as a point to make with respect to a planning application, there is a process involved to submit an application. An application has to be substantiated. Typically, there's some advice that's sought so that the application can be framed in a manner that it addresses the criteria in the official plan. It does take time, as members of council know. So for somebody, say, that's notified at the beginning of August that they need to have a rezoning, to submit a rezoning application within 2 months is pushing it, but could be done. What you're referring to is more the notices and the warnings, and the stopping of advertising, which is entirely within council's purview. I just wanted to indicate about the zoning submission process. It does take some time.
Yep, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think in respect to point 7, if we were moved up to October 1st, the operator could just stop operating. They would have, as I said, some sort of a inventory of reservations in front of them, and it's really not 3 months per se. It's 3 months plus whatever that property has by way of built up business. So like any business, typically there's work schedule out in front. So I think it's not unreasonable to expect them to get moving, because 3 months or 2 months in this case is probably more like 5 months or 3, 4 months or 6 months, depending how popular you are, right? How full your dance card is.
Okay. So we'll just wait for the clerk to have a motion prepared to amend to the
No pressure.
Madam Clerk.
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that DS 2026-086, George Vadaboncourt, Manager, Planning Special Projects, read proposed amendments to the short-term rental accommodation and bed and breakfast establishments licensing bylaw be received and adopted. That Council approve the proposed amendments to the draft short-term rental accommodation STRA and bed and breakfast establishments licensing bylaw as outlined in DS 2026-086. That the draft STRA and B&B establishments licensing bylaw be approved as amended. That Council adopt the short-term rental accommodation STRA and bed and breakfast licensing bylaw. That Council direct staff to implement the bylaw immediately, requiring legal STRA operators to be licensed 2 months after adoption and illegal operators to be licensed 6 months after adoption. That staff be directed to start issuing warning notices to illegal operators that are still advertising and not licensed effective September 1st, 2026. And on October the 1st, 3 months after the bylaw is adopted, that MLEO be directed to start issuing AMPS notices to illegal operators that are still advertising and not licensed. And that the license fee cover the balance of 2026 and all of 2027 as part of the implementation.
Okay. Any questions or concerns of the motion, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, sorry. The part about illegal operators are still advertising and not licensed, was that October 1st and 3 months?
Yes, so the warnings would be issued effective September 1st.
Right.
And the AMPS notices to illegal operators who are still advertising and not licensed would be October 1st.
Okay, but it wouldn't, I think you stipulated 3
2
months, which is not a, yeah, thank you.
September 1st, October 1st. It's not 2 months.
It'd be after the bylaw is passed.
Okay, 2 months. So correction, it's not 3 months, it's 2 months after the bylaws.
Okay. Any comments, questions regarding the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And we are now on to item 6C. May we have a draft motion, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that DS 2026-077, Curtis Schultzwell, Manager of Municipal Law Enforcement, re-EMPS, STRA Administrative Penalty Bylaw Amendment be received and adopted. The staff bring forth the Administrative Monetary Penalty Bylaw Amendment number 2026-073 for Council's consideration.
Okay. Any questions regarding this matter? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none opposed. That's carried. We are now at item 7, draft bylaws. Members of council, are there any comments or questions on these bylaws? Seeing none, may we have a draft motion, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that bylaws number 2026-073 and 2026-078 be passed in open council on the 22nd day of July, 2026.
All in favor? Any opposed? There's none opposed. That is carried. And may we have a draft motion for the confirmation bylaw, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2026-079, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting held on Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, be passed in open council the 22nd day of July, 2026.
All in favor? That is carried. And I do just want to close out by thanking everybody for being respectful and maintaining the quorum in the meeting tonight. At the end of the day, we'll all work together to get a solution that's amicable for all. So thank you and have a safe drive home. Adjourn.
Adjourn motion. Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 9:46 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great evening.